have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our archivements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of archivements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my decatation was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the DeBrat, the very first champion off-brand champion May Day, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion, what a day.
What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Talk Shit Tuesday. Let me do my roll call right quick. Big shout out to my man, In the Woods 456 in the house. What up, fam? The one and only and incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster. What up, fam? Yo, 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 my man Styles. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Representing Arkansas, Louisiana Combines, my man Mayhem. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? See what else we got down here. Big shout out to my man Clean to Go. Kennels in the house. What up, fam? The one and only Mr. Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? Yo, yo, big shout out to my man Self-Made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Melee News Suspect Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Picasso 74 in the house. What up, fam? Again, don't forget to hit them like buttons, fellas. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. To all my people on the back street, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what up. Roll them up. Get that drink, set it up. Sit back, chill out, and enjoy the show. Hey, fellas. You know, this Bulldog game, for us, we always take y'all back to our time. Because that's the time that we live. So times have changed over the years, but it's not like we just totally disappeared. You know, when you have a love for these dogs, these, you know, for those who is just as old as we are and who have spent 20, 30, some of us 40 years having the American Pit Bull Terrier, we all understand the love of the dog is the sole purpose why we love the game. So we can speak about it, have our feelings about it. Same way we have our feelings about the now. The love of the game does not change, regardless of how old you are. The love of the dogs doesn't change, regardless of how long you was in it, and how long, you know, or how many dogs you have. You're gonna love the game because you're gonna love the dogs. This game has always been played in many, many different ways, because not every individual is the same. Now we talk about our big circle. You know, a lot of people in that circle have personal lives. I couldn't tell you how many kids certain people had. I couldn't even tell you if I ever met some of these people's wives. I couldn't even tell you how many kids they had. Some of them I could, because we were a lot closer in a kind of a different personal relationship. When I say personal relationship, anytime you invite me to your house, I'm going to meet your family. Anytime I invite you, or you come to my home, Mo's home, you're going to meet our family. Wives, kids, and any and everybody that was around. So you had different relationships with people. That goes a long way, but it doesn't speak for the whole entire circle. There were some people in the circle not knowing what they did for a living. You don't know what they did for a living. I had friends and knew other friends, and they had other types of relationships. But when it came down to the Bulldogs, actually, that's all that really mattered. Didn't give a damn about their personal life. Didn't actually give a damn about what they did for a living. I've done a couple shows in my lifetime where people come in from all over the country and get a chance to meet my family, because we had cookouts, we fed everybody and showed everybody a nice time, because I always tried to duplicate what others had done for us. So that was our way of always giving back, to not just give a good show, but have a good representation of our hospitality. So keeping all that in mind, you can't let this game become a personal type situation. We never really got into and I don't think you ever really heard us talk about other people's dogs or other people's yards, because it never really was ever a big concern about what they did or how they did it or what their yard might have looked like. Now, we might have a talk about, and not using any names, that you go to some people's yard and you can smell the yard before you even got back to the yard, and then you get back there and you be like, damn, clean up some of this shit, man. What's up? Because we wasn't ever really, some of them that would, just not pay attention to it. We were, we always would comment on things that just didn't look out of place, because I always felt like we're not going to be phony about it, if you tell me that this is a 3-time winner and I'm looking at the dog and he ain't got no marks on him, of course I'm going to say something. My thing was, well, hell, he don't look like he been in any wars, tell me about him. Was he quick at what he did? No marks there. I'm trying to figure out, what was up. And then some you would look at, be like, damn, he been in some wars. How many he been into? Because you could see. So, but never once even being, feeling free to ask those questions that I ever see anybody snap back. And regardless of what the answer was, you never see me having to worry about them or going back and forth about what we looking at. Because I always felt like it never was about disrespect, because I gave the same respect to anybody that walked on our yard or looked at our dogs or looked how we kept our yard. So you give respect where respect is due. And you should be able to receive that same respect. So I bring that up because I always keep saying, this game ain't meant for everybody because of those little things. We speak highly of integrity, and if you've known as many people that I've known and seen some of the things that they done in their personal life that affected others, you have a different type of way of sitting back and you just be like, you try not to comment on certain situations because you really don't know what led up to things that might have happened. So, because I always looked at, there's 3 parts of a story. This person's version, and somewhere in the middle is going to be the truth. So unless you're looking to try to find out the truth, most of the time, I never got involved in them conversations because it really wasn't none of my business and didn't concern me in the first place. So I never was one to try to grill somebody based off of anything that they've done in their past or led up to certain things that I heard or, that came down the grapevine about what somebody did. It just wasn't one of my things that I looked at like, well, like in a pro situation, you know what you did and how you did it, but you can't be blasting somebody for something that you did. You know, to me, yeah, we speak on that because don't act like we don't know, but yet you throwing somebody else under the bus. You know, to me that shit sounds ass backwards and crazy. Sometimes it pay to own up to whatever you do, especially when you're throwing rocks and you living in a glass house. So never been a fan of that. Yeah, you're right. I never got involved in what people did as far as the things that they did when it come down to them doing or people saying what they said. I was never one to run around and call you a snitch unless I actually really wanted to know and somebody was like, here, I'm fixing to send you over some paperwork. Okay. Because I've had a couple friends, I even watched one sit on the stand and tell. Even though they had him behind a little curtain thing, but shit, it was obvious because it don't act like we don't know who you are because, they didn't never disguise the person's voice. So we know who it is. So it's not one of them things that I'll be like, okay, that same person I know was sitting there, do whatever they do, and then the game lets them right back in. Now, how many of us know brothers that's been down, petty peg, get them, they take the plea, take the 10 years, because they're going to tell. And they tell. They do their little 5.5, maybe 6. Some even less than that based on how much they told. And get right back out and go back doing the same thing that got them in trouble the first time. And you know what? I watched people turn right back around and be doing business with that person. Never understood why people do what they do. But who am I to sit back and judge them for doing what they're doing? Maybe he had a good ass plug. Maybe he was giving them good prices. This is all me speculating. But unless I go say, well, he told, right? Why are you over there messing with him? I don't get into them kind of conversations because it ain't none of my business. Because some people take that kind of shit personal. And me, I'm up there, so, I'm, kind of close. I know how the game works and, the street game work. But I also know how people looked at us as individuals and how we took care of our business. And that's what really mattered. Because just to tell you, one a serious situation, I had a dude come up, knowing very, very well, real close with family and everything. And he came to the door and he knocked on the door. And he, the dog made him at the door. Dog going the hell off. He's scared to come in the house. And he looks and he throws his hands up. And then, he does this and he's wired. I'm wondering, why is you here? You wired, but I didn't ask him that. He just shrugged his shoulders and just looked at us, and then walked back off the porch. Now, was it the dog to change his mind? Or was it the fact of, I can't do my boys like that? Even knowing that, he was going to go get somebody else. So what am I supposed to do at this point? Act like it didn't happen? No, I tell my people, don't fuck with that dude. He ain't right. Tell him the situation and want everybody to play that system the same way. Now, if you happen to just act like you ignore what I'm saying and something happened, at least don't act like you wasn't told. Those are the ways you sit back and just, because I felt like I always owed it to my people. But I'm not going to sit here and say I hate that brother because of what he did or the situation he was in. I don't know what happened that led up to him being in that situation. But the fact that he was just in that situation made me look at him in a different way. But because he handled it the way he handled it, I had no choice but to respect him, because he could have just the same took a chance and came in that door knowing that this dog was going to do what it did simply because the dog could hear it. The dog senses that type of shit. You know, so there's a lot that goes into all the crazy speculations that people do. But then if you stop and just take all that personal shit out and take it back to the dogs, you don't have that kind of trouble. I just always look at things in life like that, because last thing you want is somebody's drama to become your drama. You know, some of these guys have wives, families, and kids, and, you know, they got to have a way out. And if that's the way they choose to do it, then so be it. My thing is, don't do it if you can't do the time. I'm always up on top of that. If you're a rat, you're just going to be a rat, and everybody going to look at you like that. You know, we have friends who have actually, that I know, that are rats. But again, I know McNasty told, but I never done business with McNasty. But the fact that he told, thank God I was never doing any business with McNasty. For all the people he got, regardless of what y'all say or how it went down, he still jumped right back out there in the game. And they opened their arms up to him, but it was just certain things that they wouldn't do with him. You're a cool dog, man, but I ain't gonna never do no business with him. I'm looking at it like, well, you know, who am I to tell a person what they can and can't do? I always felt uncomfortable around people that I knew, you know, that was like that. And we could be cool, but I would never be in a place where I would have to worry about you ever telling on me, because I know you would tell. Doesn't mean I hate you. Don't mean I don't like you. It's just I would never do no business with you. I wouldn't do anything to put myself in a situation where you wouldn't even have anything to tell. And that's just being real about the way the streets and everything about that part of life works. You know, Sammy the Bull was he told. Jumped right out there, and people still had the nerve to be doing business with him, and he turned around and got knocked again and told on somebody else. But then guess what? It was evident for anybody who dealt with him after that he was already the biggest rat of all times to me. Got away with killing all them people, but yet you would still turn around and do business with him so he could turn right around and do what he had already did to somebody else. See, that's where I knock that kind of shit. Because if you know better, it's all right to be cool with him if that's what you choose to do. But why would you do business with a person that you know gonna tell? That never made sense to me. And I feel like this is how this dog game works. You know, this dog game, back in the day, everybody understood the risk they were taking. But everybody treated that risk in a different way. Because we were a lot more strict back then compared to probably the way they were long before, you know, our time. Because there was people way back there telling on each other. You know, but who would do business with a person with a special illegal activity with a person that you know is a rat? That just never computed for us. And I always look back on those type of situations. You know, we can always be cool. I had a friend who just died here recently. And what kept me and him cool through all those years is, regardless of whatever happened to him, he never ever said anything. But when you stop and look at his situation, he could have. But I couldn't have nothing but respect for him because I watched him tell and point out people in a courtroom, literally. I was one of them that was sitting right there, and he was pointing at him. Y'all heard me say this before. I watched him point at people who was sitting out there in the audience when they asked him, is there anybody else that you've ever done business with that is not part of this case? And he started pointing, which I thought was crazy, but I had respect for him only because he was pointing out around everybody but me and Mo. I don't know the reasoning. I don't understand the reasoning, why they do what they do. But I was still always cool with that dude up until the day he died. And it's not because of what he did, but it was because of what he didn't do. Because I was never doing business with him. So what the hell did I have to worry about? I even had talked and tried to understand why you would do it. And had that conversation. Never really understood the why. And that's why I say sometimes you got to be careful how you treat people. Because he came up with some good, some of his explanation of why kind of, had a lot to do with the way people treated him. And maybe that's why he felt comfortable. I don't never look at situations like that and say you have an excuse that mattered. But who am I to tell him about what he was dealing with and how he chose to deal with it? Because reality was he was still a good person. He just had a problem. And he utilized that to do what he did. But as a person that I could sit back and be like, because you did that, I can't never fuck with you. I could do that. Because I would never fuck with him when it came to business anyway. But I was there to help him kick his drug habit, teach him a trade, get him up on his feet. And he respected me for that. Up until the day he died. So integrity to me goes a long way, gentlemen. The integrity of this game goes a long way when you're in there and you got 100 people around you and you're supposed to trust everybody up in there. You put your life and your family and your dogs and your kids in a situation because you believe in the person that is hosting where we at. I told you we've been all over the country. Also told you how we've been raided. That's why I keep reminding you, this game ain't meant for everybody. And integrity goes a long way on anything that you do. So before you worry about the next man, you need to be worried about yourself. And that's how we operated. It wasn't our business to question what y'all was doing or who you was doing business with. It didn't have nothing to do with what we, as far as us. Came down to the dogs, that's all we had to worry about. And in most cases, in situations like that, there was a couple people that got busted during them raids. And you remember what you told y'all about Chico and how he handled that situation. But it still don't stop people from over there buying dogs from me. See where I'm going with that? Some of y'all might feel a certain type of way. Some of y'all might be like, well, unless you have papers or, you got to see it to believe it. Well, you got them too. But the fact is, when you make a choice, regardless of which way you go, you taking that decision upon yourself to handle it the way you handle it. That ain't for somebody else to make that choice for you. Because somebody else make that choice for you, then you just, to me, you're just stupid as hell. Because those type of choices tend to lead you down a pathway of destruction because you're not making that decision for yourself. You're letting somebody else make it for you. This bulldog game has always been one of them things that you gotta love it to be risking as much as we were risking back then. Some of the dumbest shit that I've ever seen happen with me dealing with these dogs. 40, 50 cars. I mean, just lines in the middle of the night, all these lights, and in this little bitty town, and we all just down these back roads like don't nobody see us. And it's supposed to be cool. But we did it. So that was the game back then. That's just how it come on, man. People who come from that street life understand what I'm talking about. You know what that house be looking like 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock when everybody else done closed up, but you still got your doors knocking. All the damn traffic to just be running through the neighborhood because everybody know in the neighborhood they going over there to Bobo house. Bobo ain't gonna shut down. Bobo gonna try to get as much as he can get because everybody else done shut down for the night. Y'all know. For those who don't know what that shit sound like, or even have any idea of what I'm talking about, then maybe you don't need to know what I'm talking about because you wouldn't understand, because that's a part of life that you would have to live to understand the sincerity and the seriousness, what was actually involved in those kind of things that was going on. That was just a part of that life. That was the risk of doing business. A lot of people took that risk. It's like these dogs. A lot of people took that risk. But one thing you better not find yourself doing is judging others without judging yourself. Because there's a whole bunch of them that you would not think that would do it and turn right around and did it. And get that label. But I just wasn't never one that would hate on them for it. Because you never know the story behind it. The thing is, you just carry that tag. And I don't never have to worry about you because I'm not doing nothing with you that you could tell on me about. So, that's just the way we looked at it. And I'm truly... You got to go a long way to be more street than I was. Let me tell you, I was just as hood as you can get them. But I also had a code of honor. certain level of respect, a level of integrity about how I treated people. And that carried us a long way. And it will carry you guys a long way dealing with anybody, because I always told y'all, business is business. Business is a contract between two people who agree to do something, and when that contract is broken, it's how you handle that contract once it's broken. You can continuously do business with a person who's broken the contract, or give them a chance to fix it, or you have the right to get out of that contract. And hope like hell that in the process of getting out of that contract, that there's nothing owed. Because again, I always told y'all about the integrity part of the game. If you owe me money, it's up to me to make that decision whether I want to let it ride or not, or was it worth it. I never let anybody else make that decision for me. And I always made that clear. So when you're dealing with certain type of things, you're going to be always dealing with a person. That person might have a family. What you going to do? Go kill a whole family or about over something? You know, I always looked at it like that. But again, I thought integrity, loyalty, truthfulness, honor carried a long way in any and everything that we ever done in life. Now, y'all done seen us go back and forth with a whole bunch of people. Y'all know how we handle that shit. We say what we say and then we're done with it. You know, that's okay to me. I look at it like, you know, you don't want to go no further than that because you really don't know me. I don't know what my limits are. I always tell people that. Y'all never know what the next man's limits is. And I always felt like the one that you always need to worry about is the one who don't have to worry about saying nothing. They say they piece and be through with it. That's the one you need to worry about. Because unlike others who talk that shit, they ain't being really about that shit. That man who ain't talking that shit, that mean that shit is simmering and he gonna do something about that shit. Some people just ain't about that craziness that y'all out there doing in life. Talk too much to be about that life. I can say that because I've lived that life. I ain't just talking because that's something I've seen on a movie or something, you know, somebody told me. I've been a part of that life. So ask yourself, is it all really worth it? Hell no, it's not worth it. Not this, not the shit that I'm saying. No. I think it's always need to get back to the bulldogs. Back where I come from, talk shit, damn it, guess what? Go get your dog. Cleaning out your whole yard. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a whole lot of back and forth. People who stealing dogs. I mean, some guys, you steal a dog, guess what? They come in to get their dog if they know where their dog at. And you better hope like hell that, you you don't want to know how people coming to get their shit. I've been around this game a long time, and there's many people who die behind that kind of dumb shit. A lot of people who I know have been killed behind these damn dogs. Behind talking shit. Ain't about that life, running your mouth, and before you know it, you couldn't have been about that life, talking shit to the wrong person, and you didn't do what they just did to you. That's why I don't understand talking. You know, because talking, you never know who really going to be about that. And I think if we're going to teach anything first, let us teach that lesson first. Sometimes it ain't always need to be said. Sometimes it's just meant to just leave it alone. Because sometimes your business ain't everybody's business. That's where I'm at with that. That cuts down on a whole lot of back and forth and that hearing the disrespectful shit that might lead to something terrible all over something that doesn't really matter. So let that be a lesson, you know, that I'm giving out to everybody out there. Because it's not worth it. And again, the last time I checked, everybody who is in the sound of my voices should be well over 18 and grown. So if that's not a lesson you have learned, that is a lesson I hope you do learn. Because if an OG can't tell you, and there's enough of us out here that should be able to tell you, should be enough of them in your neighborhood, should damn sure be enough of them in your house. If you just happen to be one of those who don't want to listen, then you're going to succumb to the consequences of everything that I'm saying to you now, because you never wanted to listen. But for those who want to listen and take heed, and not get caught up in that bullshit, you understand at least I'm giving you some direction, some type of understanding on how to deal with a situation, and then ask yourself, is it worth it? Because that's what it falls back on you, the person. Is it really worth it? And that's how we handle shit. Too old to be dealing with bullshit. And I feel like it's not worth me going back and forth. We're going to say our piece and we're going to be done with it. Never going to talk about your wife. Never going to talk about your kids. Might talk about you. Never going to talk about your dogs, because if you had something, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I know there's an easy way of ending that conversation. Just go get a dog. We can put all this shit to rest. Simple way of handling shit back in the day. Simple. I mean, very, very simple. You know, people be at pitch side, oh, that bitch ain't shit. Well, goddamn, all right. Who said that? You got some more weight? Get that man number. You know, seen a whole lot of that. It was a part of a whole bunch of that. And there was no harm done in a person saying that. I didn't think that was disrespectful. That's just a person talking. But you can get some of this, bitch. That's what mattered. That conversation was over. And then by that time, everybody else is on your ass. Because that's just the way the game worked back then. So, let's get back to what matters. Loyalty, integrity, honor, and respect. Those are the things you'll notice that we spoke about in our very first video. We get lost along the way in the process of getting there. But one thing, when we say that based on our experience in life. I don't sit here and tell you my whole damn life. We sit here and talk about our dog life. And that's what matters. the dog part of our life, the fun we had, the people we're involved in. Didn't say that we didn't have shady ass people back then. A whole lot of stories we done told you were, people done fucked up shit. But you never heard us ever talk about going back and forth. Never ever heard them stories. Never ever heard anybody ever out there in this big ass dog world and all the people that we done been around. I'm pretty sure all the people that know it ever said that the twins were some fucked up ass people. I'm pretty sure that, at some point out there, the people who really did know us was be like, yeah, they cool as fuck, man. Good dudes. They just ain't nothing to be fucking with. What make people say that? Because we stand on what we do. And just be true to what we say. Which is most of the time not much. Say we're going to be there, we're going to be there. We say we're going to lock it up for this much, we're going to lock it up. Remember, this is all business to us. My little protege, same thing. When shit get funny, shit get out of hand, guess what? I'm going to stand up when they stand up. If shit ain't right, we're going to have to deal with it. And we ain't going to have a whole lot of talking to get it dealt with. We're going to fix the damn problem, then we're going to move on. That's up to you to figure out how we're going to handle the problem. Because that's how business deals work. We can't get away from that part. It's all about business. Whether you're selling a dog, you're dealing with papers, you're dealing with a product, you're dealing with t-shirts, even dealing with a damn podcast, something that you get paid to sit here and do. It's up to your customer, the audience, to come and watch what you do and how you say what you do. I'm not here to dictate and tell nobody what to do and how to do it or who to like and who to dislike. That's not what we do here. But one thing we do here is not only tell you about the game, but also try to explain to you the business of the game. Take the cover off and take a look for yourself. It's not hard to see. Everybody that play this game is not always up to par. But that's up to you to decide whether you want to deal with a person like that. Nobody else. You have to make that decision. And I don't feel like you don't have to make no excuses for the decision you make. I mean, that's what we need to get back to and understand. That's the integrity part of the game. You choose to do what you want to do because you can. I don't think anybody should be looked down on because as grown people, it's hard to tell a grown man what he can and can't do. And the last thing you want to do is find yourself arguing about a motherfucker trying to tell you what you can and can't do. That part right there, it just don't make sense to me. That part right there leads to some shit. That's almost like you finna tell me what I can and can't do, like you gonna make me do something that I want to do. And at that point, my conversation is over because I want to see this shit. I want to see how you think you're gonna make that work. I ain't gonna go back and forth. I'm giving opportunity at that point. That's just grown folks shit. And that grown folks shit only work if you're really about what you say you're about. And that's about your business. That cuts straight to the chase. That stops a whole lot of drama. That stops actually a whole bunch of shit. And I'm just telling y'all, there's another way out of the bullshit. Stop doing all the goddamn talking. Don't talk about it, be about it. How many times you hear me say that? That's a true statement if you're about that life. If you ain't never been about that life, you wouldn't understand how serious that shit is. that the thing that you really need to worry about is the motherfucker who ain't saying nothing. The motherfucker who refused to go back and forth with you. Because you're a fool to think he just gonna let that shit ride. And that's just how some people operate. How do you pick them out? I'm telling you how you pick them out. Always be leery of the motherfucker who don't have much to say. I want to be like, okay, you go ahead and say you keep believing that. Keep believing that. You know what I'm saying? I had an old friend who didn't want to believe that shit either. Y'all heard his story. So I'm just not a fan of that back and forth. You know. Big shout out to my little brother out there, Scratch Line. Because again, that is my family. For everybody who don't know, I'm gonna let you know, make it clear. And family is always just gonna be family. Blood is always gonna be thicker than water. So we pick our battles. Let's put it like that. We pick our battles, but I can guarantee you we handle our battles the same way. We ain't gonna keep talking about it. We're just gonna let it ride. Cause, you know, the way to avoid shit is just don't be a part of it. That's the good thing about YouTube. If you don't like it, don't go to it. You don't want to hear it, don't listen. You can always got the off button. You always got the clicker. There's all the things that you have to do as a person to express your feelings about something without having to say nothing. Guarantee you, once we clean this up, we're going to get back to the dogs, because I want the dogs to be the reasons that you come here. I don't want the conflict to be the reason, because you're not going to find it here. We're going to talk about these bulldogs. We're going to talk about our past. We're going to talk about the things we did back there in the past. Because that's the purpose of this channel. We're not going to get away from that. So that was just me out here giving my little opening, show remarks, a little lesson about business and the understanding of the game. And trust and believe when I tell you this game ain't built for everybody, and I see it so clear today. Because it don't make sense to me. Sometimes if it got to be all like that, then just get out. Don't tell nobody you got dogs. What happened to that part? You know what I mean? That's just a simple, take all this shit away, you still gonna have your dogs. You still gonna have your family. And that's just one less argument or one less conflict you gotta deal with. So, I'm not built for the denial bullshit. Never have been. But I'm still about these dogs. I'm still about the integrity and the quality and the honor and the trust and being true to this game. That ain't gonna change. If I can help y'all get to that point and understand that as being grown-ass people, that we all have these dogs in common, then maybe that's the format that we all should try to follow. Let's keep those things on the front line. Because you're keeping those things on the front line, everything else will work. But that's just my opinion. Turn this over to my man Mo. Might need it. I might grab it. You want to get my shout outs out the way right quick? Yeah, man. What's up, everybody? Let me get my shout outs out the way right quick. Big shout out to nephew out there in the house. My man Scratch Line News, what up, fam?
What up, fam?
Appreciate the love, fam.
Always.
Big shout out to my man Full Bite Kennels in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, Full Bite?
Big shout out to the true OG, my man Mr. David Morris in the house.
What's
What
up, Mr.
fam?
Morris?
Big shout out again to my man Picasso 74. I see you, fam.
7-4.
Big shout out to my man Mr. Lewis Jones. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam.
Mr. Jones.
Big shout out to the one and only Mr. William McNeil in the house.
William
what up, fam?
McNeil. What's up, baby?
Big shout out to Full Bite Kennels. I see you, fam.
Full Bite in the house.
Yo, 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 my man Double M Despos in the house. What up, fam?
Not the what? The Dust Bowl.
Yes, sir. Big shout out to my man Talk of the City Kennels. What up, fam?
Talk to the city. That's good.
Talk of the City.
Talk of the city.
Yo, yo, my man ODG Bulldog in the house. What up,
ODG,
fam?
what's up, fam?
Bulldogs and prospecting in the house. I see you, fam.
The prospector.
My man Wee Hunt Kennels in the house.
What up, fam?
My man Windmill. Windmill.
Not the
What up,
Windmill.
fam?
What's up, Windmill?
My man Bo and them. Bo and them.
Bo and them. What's up, baby?
What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Penny Stacker in the house. What up, fam?
Not the stacker.
I'm seeing some of my old boys popping up. What up, y'all? My man C Woods in the house. What up, fam?
Mr. Woods.
Appreciate everybody for showing up. Like I said,
Yeah, big
see
shout
some
out.
of my old boys hanging out back in the, coming out from on the back street, just hanging out in the Shark Tank. Still love y'all, fam.
Okay. What's up, everybody? Talk Shit Tuesday. Reiterating. Hey, man, what was you talking about today, man?
What? The business, man. You know how the business conversations be, man, when you just sit back and just be like, this is crazy, man. Yeah, I wanted to tell them about these Bulldogs, though. I let them know about that damn pace. We talked about the damn free keep, I think. I don't know. It's up to you, man. It all depends on what you want to give up today, man. 'Cause,
Well, I was the pre-keep is such a important part because if you don't have that right, you taking days from your actual keep. That's why the pre-keep is so important. Because just imagine, you just had, this is for the guys back in the day that had yards full of dogs, us included. We can go out there and pick up a 41, maybe 2 or 3 of them mugs out there. And we just take them right out the chain. And we go 8 weeks. What if this dog ain't never been off the chain? What if he's just one of them dogs we was prospecting and didn't never get him a chance to put him into a pre-keep, and he ain't never ran the mill, never had any true work outside the work that he do on his chain when we go running through there, making everybody excited and getting their little energy runs off every once in a while. But other than that, you're cutting yourself short. Because when you take the prospects and you start talking about pre-keep, and you should already have this dog. Like I said, most prospects, on our yard, we would move them up closer to the house. Easier to, that make that initial run into the yard. You want to run into those prospects first, because they are the important pieces on the chessboard. So you want to get them closer up, so it's easy to get to. You got to walk the length and not to have to worry about the hustle and bustle of them coming down through there around all the other dogs. Your walk is short. Yes. But it seems like it's pretty peaking up pretty good over here, hitting up out that dot. But see that?
Big shout out to my man, Mr. Burning Star. What's up, fam?
So, but again, see, you just throw me off thoughts. But you still gotta get the dogs prepared for the work in progress if you hadn't been doing it. You know, is your dog gonna come off a chain and just jump on the treadmill and run it, or electric mill and run it, or really get into running with the bike, or the four-wheeler, or whatever device you choose to put him on, the Jenny. You know, it's just so many other avenues that you have to work on to get your dog prepared for, you know, what you consider a prospect life. You know, when do you make that choice, and when do you start making that decision? Well, that's where those prospects and work in the yard comes into being. You know, don't have so many prospects up there in the front where you can't give the ones. You know, you gotta have a bench. You gotta know what's on your prospect part of the yard and know what each one of them lack or what each one of them don't have. Everybody's supposed to have one thing in common before they hit that 8 weeks. We're gonna be understanding whether they're gonna be running a mill, electric mill, or both, a Jenny, swimming, flirt poling. You know, you want to get them already, you know, even the things that, you know, as far as baiting, to really get them to control, you know, what you want from them when you're working them. You know, what's it going to use? You know, is it the tug rope? Is it the ball? Is it a sleeve? What is it that makes this dog want to hunt? You know, you got to find that niche that, you know, because all dogs are different and they have, you know, it just depends on if there was ever even raised on certain things that, you know, you want to make them hunt and work for. You know, that's why you see everybody hanging their dogs from a high with a spring on it. You know, or have this one particular toy or something like that that, you know, but you have to still, to me, it comes to being knowledgeable and having a plan that gives you chances and advantages that you hope the other person won't or haven't done. You know, whether he does it or not, it's your advantage to do it just in case. And how many things are you doing correct that you would expect them to be doing correct? You want to have more things that he may be doing. If you think he's doing what you're doing, you better find some shit that he ain't doing. To try to find that edge, take every edge and opportunity. And one of those things is to be able to get all the work time that you need out your dog in those 8 weeks. And to take advantage of those first 4 weeks. And if you prepping your prospects right, those first 4 weeks is a preparation that when you get into those 8 weeks, you're already down at a comfortable weight. You can spend more time on the weight, not on the weight, but the work. You're not worried about weight. You know, your dog is already in a good place where he's feeling good all the way around, right off day 1 of week 8. Then it's just a matter of putting that workload on them. But it really does follow up to what you do in those first 4 weeks. And where is your dog at when you decide to put it in a pre-keep? You know, pre-keep can go as long as 8 weeks. How about going 8 weeks of a pre-keep before you call his weight? 4 weeks, you usually be looking. But, you want to have those weeks in to make sure that everything is checked off to be prepared to go from 8 to really 2. Because the first 7 weeks are very important. Week 8 is very important in its own right because a lot of things can go wrong in that final week of. So, the first 7 weeks are major pieces of a puzzle that if you got the right plan and the right frame up and set up for everything to work hand in hand, 9 times out of 10, I'm telling you, there is an advantage to it. I had somebody ask me about using roids, and this is the question for you guys. Dogs that run hot, and I always say, this is, I'm gonna give you my opinion, but dogs that's running hot in the first 20 to 30 minutes of your match, it's something very aggravating to some guys because they want to know what did they do wrong or what happened because it wasn't happening in the keep. Well, in some cases, let's talk about the pace. If you have a dog that's in the keep that's working at pace, majority of his work, even when he has weights on, is really based on the dog being able to have strong fire and be able to run at a extreme good pace. I'm talking about fast pace with weights on, and then to the point of exhaustion. You want to see what that point of exhaustion is. You want to first see it, and then you address it. You mark the time that you see it. Then you address it by letting the dog cool down and cool off. Me personally, if I'm running them on a meal, I'm letting them cool down on their own. You know what I mean? If I'm running them on electric, then I'm turning it down to set a proper pace where they can cool down and recover on their own. But I want to see how long it takes. Remember, you have to mark it. You mark it. You mark that point of exhaustion. You got to mark it. That's one of the most important things for pace setters to deal with when you're going through your keep. 30 minutes from day one should be maybe 3 or 4 points of pure exhaustion if you're pushing them hard enough from day one. You'll get a chance to see what a hard run looks like if you can get him to really exert himself. Electric mill, you just turn it up and let him go. If you're used to an electric mill, you can just turn that mug out and let it and just blow him out. I mean, that's the way I like to do it. I'll take an electric mill because I have control over it, and I can look at them and know their point of exhaustion by the way they breathe and the way their mouth foam up, the way they tongue out in their mouth. When you've seen enough of what the exhaustion looks like, there's just so many signals and signs that that's the mark right there. That is max. Mark that time. Then you mark that time when when he's recovered. Now, when you say recovered, are we talking about recovered back to where he was at the very beginning, when you first started working him? No, we're not taking that far. We're taking him far enough where he can has a grip on himself to set a steady pace, where he's got his feet back up under him. He got his breathing back under control. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're trying to do. You kind of watch them because you'll know their heart rate based on the way they're breathing. So you'll see it change. And then you mark and see how long that takes. Sometimes it takes just as long as a 10-minute push in the beginning. Maybe you might get 15 good push out of him, where it's all out digging in. You can get 15 out of him like that. The first week you're doing okay. But you're pushing, the max is 30 minutes. So it might be 15 minutes, a hard push he gave you, but it might take another 15 minutes for him to catch his wind, to be able to continue on. And right there at that 30-minute mark, wherever you at, you have to mark it. If it took him 15 minutes to get right, then you mark it. He gave him 15 hard minutes to his point of exhaustion. It took him 15 minutes because that's what you're looking for. And you ain't looking for nothing but 30 minutes anyway from startup. And you want to do that every day. Maybe Wednesday, you have those days, you want to have your weight days, you want to have your pull days, you want to have your flirt days. You're working those things out, but these are on meal days that you put them on the meal. In that first week, you want to be making damn sure that you are working 30 minutes of pace time. You're pushing to get 30 minutes of full, all-out pace out of your animal. It's not going to come overnight, but you're going to watch it. You're going to be able to see it. You're going to be able to see the change. You're going to be able to see how long it took him to hit that point of exhaustion, taking a little longer. And then his recovery is getting a little shorter. Why? Because we keep pushing him there. And what happens when you push something to the brink of something? The body is going to automatically, when it heals itself, adjust to the stress that you're putting it under, especially if you're giving the things properly to give that dog the stuff that's going to fix and increase. It's going to automatically make those adjustments. And that's the same way we do when we lift in weights. We tear up stuff and then you give yourself this stuff to patch it up or fill it in. And where your body, this is how you get big. Your body makes those adjustments where you can push more. It's steady growing and making adjustments. Steady growing, making adjustments. And that's the whole plan. You just have to be able to mark it, to be able to come back and see the progress. Don't push it. Let it happen all on its own by watching your dog. All dogs aren't the same, but the principle and the result is the same. You be able to give me 30 minutes of full go and have a good recovery time to where you can do 30, and that's just something you've been doing your whole keep. There's nothing to do when you first come in. You got to come in and blow out this 30 minutes of running. Imagine a dog that just comes in right off the bat, maybe down in week 5 and 6, to just jump on that meal and just zing out 30 minutes. And you can down there take him off and he's breathing like he's not even been worked, because he's been going weeks and weeks and days of that constant demand of those first 30 minutes. Keep don't even start until we get that 30 minutes of push out the way. Because if they're not 30 minutes, what are we still looking for? We're marking the point of exhaustion. And we're marking that point of recovery. Every day that he gets on there, on either one of those meals, or even on the road. But those meals, you put them at a faster pace. You have control over his attitude on the slack and over his body on the electric. Electric, you have more control because you can get him to understanding you better and then understanding the pace and the pressure that I'm putting on him at the speed that I'm asking for him to run on. And that's where you have to really pay close attention. But on the slat, they do it on their own. And then you'll see them slow down on their own. Some dogs are smart. And you won't be able to get it out of them on the slat because they're smart. They know how to slow down on their own and work and can try to control their own. But you have to work with them to make damn sure that you have control over that. He should be able to stay focused on that toy or that bait that you want to play with, whether it be hide, a rope, a toy. You know, you want him to be excited enough, even at his most exhausted point, you know, that you know that he done ran to pure exhaustion to get it. Because when he get to that point, you have to mark it. Now, if he wants to slow down and slack up on the slat, you can't do nothing but let him. Just don't let him stop. That's all. You just don't let him stop. Road work the same way. The thing about road work, you know, you can't run on a bike fast as a dog can actually run. Unless you're a real true biker that really knows how to pump up the pace and be able to keep a dog at such a pace at such a period of time. So that's the difference between trying to get pace off the road. It's not as easy as it would be on the electric mill or the treadmill. Now you can have a four-wheeler or something like that out there in the country where you can take them little back roads and run crazy, because then you got a four-wheeler you can take off with, and you know, you're teaching him how to chase it, run with you, and you can control that pace. But again, you have to be eyeful and very aware of his point of exhaustion by knowing your dog. You don't end up finding yourself dragging your dog out there on the road because you're not paying attention to what his maximum stress level is. They'll give it to you before they break. You know, and these are things that you really have to be really prepped for from day one. So that plays a big part in my lesson to how important the pre-keep is. We don't want to waste a whole bunch of time teaching the dog in those 8 weeks how to give us what we want on the meal. We should already be there. We should already be there. Dogs, most prospects want to be familiar with your training regimen and your training program. That was the purpose when you moved up closer to the yard, so you have to walk super far to go get them. You know, you gotta have everything you want to run smoothly had to be set up and presented smoothly to make it easy for you, so you don't have those extra things to be thinking about or worrying about. Don't put so many up there where you want to just be able to pull up anything you want. Now, most guys, you know, they would sit back and they was pretty manageable with their yards. I mean, kennels to stay active, and there was a lot of kennels out there that was pretty active, you know, and was doing a lot of dogs, like super kennels in them. They had a bunch of dogs. You know, for Stone City and Hardcore, and those guys, and Neil Buster, who didn't have a big yard, but he stayed active. You know, those guys like them that had those kind of dogs, they would probably tell you, you know, they always brought their prospects closer to where they would work at. And they did have a managing thing on how they managed their yard. You know, if that's the first dogs I gotta go clean up behind, those are the first dogs I got to feed. Those are the first dogs I got to clean their bowls and do all those good things, you know. They are the most important dogs on the yard for me because they are my prospects. So in that process, you know, how many do you have that you got to take care of that you can't bring those dogs out and do certain things with them, like teach them how to run the meal. It'd be good to have, you know, 2 meals where you can put them up there and let them chase at each other. You know, I wouldn't call that baiting. That ain't breaking the law. You're having the 2 dogs doing is run on the damn meal. You know, they ain't fighting, so hey. You know, that would just get a lot of work out of them. That's real intensity. That's their DNA. That's their genetics kicking in the gear. That's where you really get the true mindset of your pit bull. And to get him there to that maximum level, you know, it doesn't take another dog to do it. You can do it with any toy as it be advisable to do, because you know how the American people think. You know, you was running your dog to be on a treadmill race, and you had the opportunity to put one on an electric mill and one on a slab mill for the full purpose of your dog competing in treadmill races. What would that look like trying to defend something like that in court? Because you have mills faced together. What makes their dogs run harder. But see, in the court of law, they would probably try to make that a baiting charge, because they're baiting to get the activity. It's like, I think that word baiting is like by using any living thing. So you got to be careful with that, even with you guys just trying to do things right. You know, out there in the country, you know, out here, you know, imagine if you had a rabbit in your neighbor and you was on your property, yet you had your dogs running around trying to catch a rabbit. You know what I mean? And even when you're out there running in the woods and you got your dog with you and he get caught up on a rabbit, you got one of them dogs that, you know, you're going to take off. You can't really come back. Don't cut him loose if you don't think he'll come back. And don't put a long leash on him if you're going to be letting him run through the trees and the weeds, because rabbits ain't going to run down no road. They're going to run anywhere but the road. And just let them go. You know, now you might have a passerby to see your dog hunting rabbit, chasing rabbit, and they might get you on YouTube or something like that, and the next thing you know, you think they got problems because somebody videotape you with your dog chasing a rabbit around. You know, I used to go to the pet store and buy big rabbits just to feed my Burmese python. So evidently, I could go to a pet store and they know I'm buying it for my snake. Send me 2 or 3 of them. Feed him up. Call him super feed. Okay, so and I had a big one too. He turned out to be pretty big. But so I always wonder why we can go to pet stores and buy live animals with little pretty bunnies and feed them to our snake, but we couldn't take the same rabbit and let our dog chase him in a cage. See, your dog chasing him and he's in a cage can get you a charge. They would call that baiting. So you got to be careful. Whether it's on your property, you can cut that rabbit from the wild, it doesn't make a difference. That's like putting a chicken in there. You know what I'm saying? They would call that baiting. That would be considered against the law in the state of Florida, because they would consider that as a baiting charge. So I would definitely assume that they would say the same thing if you had 2 treadmills facing each other with the dog running. Hold on, guys. Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey. Okay. Oh, okay. You know that. Hold on, man. Let me get you on. Mike! Hold on, baby boy. Let's see if I can do this. Yep. I got a phone call in.
What up, what up, what up?
Sir, yes, sir.
Premium!
Salute to all the dogmen in the chat. Salute to the dogmen on the back street, the front street, the side street.
Hold up,
all that
yo.
other
Hold up,
street.
yo. Hold on. You gotta do that whole thing over again, man. We gotta make sure they hear you good.
All right, can you hear me?
Sir, yes, sir.
Hold up, we still ain't got it yet.
Sir, yes, sir.
Hold on.
All right, say it again.
Sir, yes, sir.
That quarter.
Your cord is dead. I got one outside right quick.
Hold on, man. Gotta get a cord to work, bro. Cause this cord don't sound like it's working. Hold on, NY. That cord sounding ragged as hell. That cord ain't no good either. All right, I got you, fam.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, you in there now, baby. Go ahead now.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Hey, salute to GHK and they life. Salute to the back street. Salute to the chat. Salute to the front street. Salute to the side street and the other streets we don't go on. You know what I'm saying? The American Pit Bull Terrier is alive and well. That's why every time we come to see GHK, we go to see Buck City, we go to see Sir Kennels, we go to see everybody. Hey, this is what it is. We the strongest out the dog community. There ain't no other dog community stronger than the American Pit Bull Terrier community. And right now, I'm on the bus. I got my two dogs. I got a female and a male. I'm running, certain weight. I'm running a certain size. I'm running a certain blood. We got Mayhem. We got Arrowhead. I mean, you guys got to remember we're top tier. Every time we talk about this dog on these podcasts or these shows, we're top tier. We got to get on the stage every day. The pre-keep starts with you. The pre-keep starts with what kind of man you gonna be when you get a puppy, when you get a young adult, when you start schooling them, when you take them through that class of pre-keep and put them through that work. So remember, you guys in the chat, all you guys is champions, all you guys is top tier. We running this right now. We got to make sure that these people know on these podcasts, we just ain't on here fooling around. These ain't no little giblets and these giblets. We really spin this real fact. So we want to make sure that when we on the bus, you got your dog, and you listening to the master teacher. And you already know what we going to do. You know what we going to do, y'all. You know what we going to do.
You know what he gonna do? You know what he gonna do? Let him go, baby. Hey, good shout out, man. Thank you, man. You're right. Got a lot of guys out there who really understands that format. And for those who agree, every once in a while you agree with something, put it out there as facts, keep everybody that's listening who don't know, who don't probably get it or catch on to the common sense, because I really be trying to talk in common sense, where if you just listen to what I'm saying, I mean, Common sense will tell you, you know, that's really all it's taking is looking at what he's saying, put some common sense behind it, and understand that he's right. You know, and if you take it chip by chip and piece by piece, it's your building block. It's what you're doing. You're the one building this product. And if you got the understanding, and it really just taking the common sense and putting it together to understanding what you see makes sense to you, now you execute it in whatever device or whatever apparatus or way you do your thing. It doesn't matter as long as you're looking for the same results. Now, some things can't give you, like I was saying about that fast pace. You know, everything can't give you that. Not at the pace that you're trying to work at. That's something a little different in Pacific. Because you can have dogs on roids and doing that type of workout, you're not going to see a muscular dog. You're going to see a strong dog, but you know, you're doing so much pace work on this dog that his muscles aren't going to be able to contract in this way. They're going to be contracted out this way. Because you're doing a lot of this, a lot of this, a lot of that. And when you got them out there doing the weight work, you got them on the weight harness, and you still got them pulling weights. You know, I'm not trying to walk him. I'm trying to get him to attack. I'm trying to get him to hold him and then release him to go get something. You see what I'm saying? I want him to want it so bad that when I release it, release him, he's going to take off regardless of what he's holding on to, just holding him in the back. I want him to take off and go sprint to go get it. So whatever it is that I'm using, I want to be able to make sure that when I take him out there to an open field somewhere and I want to do some sled work, I can take a ball or something that he'd love to go running after and zing it out there and let him just take off. Because I want him to get that bulldog pull with that weight, not just on his body, but that pull and dig to run and go get it. And as he does it, more and more weight we add to it because more and more he gets stronger. And it's like everything that you do, if you don't mark it down, then how are you going to go back and review it and see what's wrong when something goes wrong? Or how are you going to be able to actually be able to look down on your paperwork and see that you're actually being able to see the progress? Not only are you seeing it in the work, you're actually seeing it in your analysis of what are you writing down. You can see it. When you see it as you're writing it, then you should see it as you're doing it. Because if you don't see it while you're writing it and keep thinking you're seeing something while you're doing it, you may be either going to be overworked or underworked. Because you cannot remember what you were suspecting 2 days ago if you can't go back and look. Because every day you want to see where you at. Because it's going to show you as you continue to push. He's going to continue to keep getting better and better. Remember, you have to know when you get there. You have to know when he gets there, not him. You do. You have to mark it. You have to mark when he recovers. How long it take? Is it getting better? Is it taking him longer to hit to that point? Is it taking him shorter to recover from that point? Those are pieces that are very important when you're dealing with a pacer, because a pacer, you're building him in the first part of the keep to go 100 miles an hour for 30 minutes. And it's important. Because if you can do that in that 30 minutes and you're working up to that, you have to remember, in this keep, the 30-minute thing is automatic. He will do that automatically. That's what you're working for. You want him to be able to get on there and give you 30 minutes of hard work. And then after that 30 minutes, do we begin the long haul. But after that 30 minutes, we're doing it still based on the building block that we use to bring him to that 30 minutes that he could control a good, strong, fast, hard pace for 30 minutes. And now we're just adding to that, but expecting that push every day that you get on the mugs, that hard push. Care how fast he wants to run after that. Because you will be increasing his time. He might take off and be running at 30 minutes. That's his expectation. What I expect him to do, looking good. That's a check. But what is he doing after that? How far can we build him to that? What is his stress point to give us a continuous fast pace? Can I get him up to an hour to run at a very fast pace? Almost impossible without a break, but very possible to get it at a very fast pace, where in the end you running, making runs, your road work is getting in with 10 miles up to 13 miles, and you're getting that kind of time in with your dog in like an hour and a half. You can get a good hour and a half out your dog, but we're running at a pace where he's being able to average of 6 or 7 miles per hour. You see what I'm saying? Running at a nice pace of 7 miles per hour will get you down near 11 damn miles in an hour and a half. It's definitely going to give you the 10 miles in an hour and a half. Going to give you a little over 10. But that's what a good 7 pace. Put a dog on an electric wheel and turn the speed up to 7, and that'll give you an idea of how fast he has to be running. And see, that's what you work for. I mean, when you're on the electric, you have control of that, but you have to be more aware of your dog because he doesn't have control of that. You do. So things can go wrong because you controlling that, not like the slat mill where he can literally slow down and save himself. You can't save yourself on that electric mill. So you have to be real wise and know what you're doing when you mess with that electric mill. And you always have to be there with them. I told you about the mistake I made. So I'm going to stay hard on that part and remind you, when you're dealing with the electric mill, you have to be hands-on. And if you have the little safety piece, adjust it where it works. One, you should never have to walk away from your dog to worry about that. But if you are standing there and you still want to put that piece on there in case he does go down on you and it stops automatically it stops, saves his damn life. Things that I learned cost me somebody's dog, but shit that I learned, and I don't take me but one time, because I take my failures real hard. So always keep an eye on that and always be aware of that. But you got, like I said, you got jennies and they got portable jennies out there now. You can be out there running your dog, and even with those right there, it still goes along with the line of, what do you use to get your dog's hunt? His hunting instinct, him wanting to get that. You know what I'm saying? What is it that really excites him? It's still, like I said, you need a bait for him to run the jenny, whether it be a piece of hide, a rag, a dowel, piece of a sleeve, something, whatever he likes to play with, that you've been working him with. Things like that, that's some good time on a jenny. Flirt poling is another thing. I'm that firm believer, and me, I will get near one of them big PVC pipes, old plastic pipes. And, I get the long version. And I put my flirt on that so I can have my dog at a further out perimeter. So my turns is so much like I'm almost running the gym. Because I'm out in the big open spot with him. And you can just wing it out there and flirt him and go into circles both ways. A bit of it this way, a little bit of it that way. You can go around and around, and you ain't got to drive yourself crazy with the spin because you got so much outer distance, and he's working out there trying to get what he's used to wanting to hunt for, and you get a lot of good work out of that too. Again, for those who's dealing with such a thing in the pace thing, get a breaking stick. Get a breaking stick because you want them to work hard, but you gotta, me, I like to reward. When I get to that certain level of exhaustion in the early part of it, where I don't want him to start slowing down on the hunt. If he starts slowing down on the hunt, that means he's slowing down because he's getting tired. You know what I'm saying? I want him to be right there at that point of exhaustion. So when I finally let him go in there and hit it, I want him to go in there and hit it at that point of exhaustion. I want him to go in there and get it. I want him to have it. Okay, you got it now. Now his tail gonna be wagging. He's gonna be tired as hell. I bet you his mouth gonna be on that mug. I've been chasing this damn thing. I got this thing. And he's gonna just sit there and he's gonna be working himself out, let him catch his breath, because he's gonna be trying to tear this thing up, adrenaline is flowing, he's finally made his catch. You saying good boy, rubbing him out. He's probably breathing like hell, but that's okay. Enjoy it. Talk to him. Send him in. He worked hard for that thing. Pick the stick up, stretch it out a little bit, move him around, let him walk with it a little bit. Just let him cool down. Any way you want to. If you want to sit down, lock in on it and catch his breath by just holding it, let him hold it. Just let him catch up. But you mark when he did it, and then you mark how long it takes him to get ready. Because the key for me is I like to take him, calm him down, cool him off, and now when I break him off, I bring him back to me where I'm holding it. Now remember, my flirt is way out there because I'm on this long post, so I got him back up here with me. Now he sees it just like it's hanging out there. I got it hanging right out there, but I got him now. See, now I'm gonna scratch him right out there where it's at. And got his breath back. Now I got him. He acting crazy. He see it. Yeah. Here we go again. As soon as I let him go, the flirt begins. We back to that again. He's not going to catch. By the time he get there, I got control of everything, and now we back on the work. He's back to chasing. Those are good workouts, especially if you work them with the collar on, the weight collar on, with the harness on. You want to have them sometimes, when you remember I told you with the sled, you want to have all that. You want to have all those weights on the dog. I like having lots of weights on them like that, because one, I don't have to work them that long. Because I'm already pushing for max early because look what I'm carrying on me. I'm not trying to treat him like he ain't got nothing on. I'm trying to treat him on like I know he got something on. I'm expecting him to get tired quicker because look what he's pushing. Look what he's carrying. The thing is, I want his body to adjust to all that. Under all those types of activities, all that type of stress. Because I'm starting, if you understand his max, when he hit his maximum stress level and know how to adjust, and you're doing all the right things right, and this is what you will know every day if you're not feeding him right, if you're not resting him right. If you are doing something wrong, you're going to tell. It might take you 2 days. And if you're wise, it shouldn't take you but a day if you're marking everything you're doing, because you should be able to see. You was running a little raggedy today. You know, you find that happening in day 2. You know, he's looking shabby 2 days in a row. But if you ain't seeing it by writing it down to see where it really started at, you might miss that thing 3 days later and then be ready to waste a whole down 4 days of letting him get himself together. Now I got to rest him 2 or 3 days. You know, lost 6 days in there. You know, when you're reaching for maximum level, especially when you're putting that kind of work on them, your dog's body is going to get strong. So like I said, if you want to be a bulky, strong person, then you lift heavy weights. If you want to be a bulky, fast person with speed coming off the block and having strength power to run at a pace and be strong at it, and your punches, your drive off the rock, boom, everything is coming out hard, because that's the way you push that body to be. You're not walking that body with a bunch of weights, getting him all cock diesel and shit. You're making him work in that body weight. Making the muscles a little bit more flexed and flexible, because they're constantly doing this. Front legs, back legs, shoulders, neck, everything. Okay. What's going on, Mike? Any questions before I go on? Any comments? Okay, we're going to Mike checking the board for comments, guys, because he wasn't over there. So if there was any questions, guys, or anything direct, he's going back through to make sure he catching any questions or comments.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. James Kirk. Welcome to the Shark Tank fam. Big shout out to AAA, Mayday, Reno, Aggie in the house. What up, fam?
No questions tonight, guys? Any comments? Anybody have any comments on anything I was just saying? Not even a comment?
Appreciate that double M dance, bro. Don't forget to hit the like button. Do not forget to hit the like button. Appreciate that. Big shout out to my man Picasso coming through with a 20-piece, showing the love. He said, how many miles per hour on the email as I seek point of exhaustion?
It really depends on your dog. It's not how many miles. It's really, you gotta, you'll know when you're at the point of exhaustion, when your dog, you start seeing that foam, that fat in the mouth, you know, you start seeing that foam build up. It's slobbery. And you see all that, now you're hacking. You know, when that tongue starts swinging out to the left of the mouth, you know what I'm saying? And you hear that little right there, you're right there at that maximum level of exhaustion. It should be, you know, you know he's cooking. The touch of him will be hot. A lot of foamy slobber. But as the days go by and as you continue and he gets better, you're going to start noticing, you're going to start even seeing the white foam. Yeah, when you get it to its maximum level, it ain't gonna be all that foamy. It's gonna be like nice, clear spit, like spitty, clear water. It won't even be no foamy.
Big shout out to Melee, new suspect with the 2-piece, showing the love. He said, hit that like button. Now, what speed do he? At what speed is he doing this at? On the email.
It depends on him, on his dog. It really depends on his dog. It's not really a set speed. It's what speed your dog can handle. You see what I'm saying? It's like you might start out 3.5 and increase it. Every 5 minutes, increase it all the way up to like 5 or 6 and see where he at in the beginning. See what speed he can run at. Remember, you control the speed, so you want to see what speed he can run at. You know what I'm saying? That he feels comfortable. You feel comfortable to sit there and let him run at this pace. Now, I said at maximum conditioning, your dog can run 10 miles in an hour and a half. And I said, I built the dog up to 7 miles an hour. Now, if he's going to run an hour and a half, 10 miles, that means he's running at least 7 miles an hour. And half of that in that next 30 minutes makes 10 and a half miles. So you know he's damn near running for an hour and a half, literally, at a basis of 7. At a pace of 7 to do an hour and a half, 10 miles in an hour and a half. But then at the same time, you gotta remember, you don't have nothing on him. We build up to that. Imagine if you built the whole keep around him pacing. Don't look for him to do no 10 miles in no hour and a half in the beginning. You're not going to even be able to get 10 miles out of him in the beginning unless you do a whole lot of stopping and going and you're ready to do that for 3 hours, because that's what it'll take you to do if you're going to set your meal to you're going to get 10 miles in, and regardless of how long it takes you to get it in the beginning, you just got to keep them on there to get that 10. You might take you up to 3 hours to get there, because you're going to have your fast moments, you're going to have your slow moments to give them a chance to cool down. Remember, you have control over the electric meal. The first 30 minutes is the most important. If you're going to burn them up, you're going to get them used to getting burned up for the first 30. Burn them up. I mean, you want to keep on pushing that until you see complete compliance to being able to run 30 minutes out of 7 easily, to where it really doesn't affect your dog. And you will see during the weeks that you do this, you will see the growth, because if you feed them right and you resting them right, it's going to keep getting better and better. You're going to start seeing that ability to be able to get out there and sit at maybe 8 and 9, and he'll run 30 minutes like it ain't shit with all the weights on you. Because, it's the work doesn't just stop at 30. We constantly increasing it week by week. Week 2, going up to 45 minutes. But we still grabbing for that 30 minutes. We still want that 30 minutes. We still working on that 30 minutes from day 1. We still working the 30 minutes. The first 30 minutes is the most important part of the beginning of the keep. Every day, we got to get that out the way. We got to see where we at with that.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Melee. New suspect, Kennels, coming in with a 5-piece. He said, what make you look at a dog as a brood bitch, or is that term overused?
I think it not overused. It's really based on the person who's using the dog. I mean, you can look at this bitch and be like, he could be, you know, what he call a brood bitch may not be a brood bitch for me. You know, what some guys say in my world, you know, the dog world that I'm speaking on is a brood bitch is a good bitch to take good care of her puppies. And she has a good snapback. You know, she take on puppies pretty good. I mean, I had a good brood bitch. Sassy was a bitch that would come in heat every 90 days, and not 90 days, 120 days for damn sure. She would come in heat either 3 or 4 times a year. And for many years, I mean, I bred the shit out of her until she started killing her puppies. She got tired. Then gave her a break. And I'm pretty sure when Southern Bulldog and them got her, you know, he was breeding her to, he bred her to Hot Dog and bred her to a couple more dogs up there, Mugger and shit like that. And I can guarantee you, I know why he stopped. Because she was bred out. She bred a lot. And I'm pretty sure at some point that she would probably start killing off her puppies again, you know? That she had a lot. I mean, I would call her a brood bitch. You know, we got a lot of puppies out of her, for sure. Would I call Baby a brood bitch? No, I wouldn't call her a brood bitch because Baby was definitely a fighting dog. But I would call her, I wouldn't call her brood stock. I think she was just a good bitch. You know, give me a good bitch. I'll take a brood bitch. Sassy was that. But I'll take a bitch that can throw some fire any day. Baby wasn't bred a lot and she threw fire. Sassy was bred a lot and she had some good dogs. Baby was off of Sassy. But Rogers and them was off of Sassy. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of those dogs, you know, that came off of Sassy was, you know, she was a good bitch. But it didn't take, you know, what we'd have been breeding Baby like we was breeding Sassy. You know? It would have been maybe 2 different things because Sassy threw some good dogs, but Baby evidently was throwing fire. So she became an all in 2 litters. So brood bitches are what I would call dogs that are just used for breeding. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Sassy was. We didn't use Sassy for nothing else. We didn't use it for no road dog. We didn't use it for none of that shit. She was being used from the day that we bred her to the Stone City Mail. We bred her to everything after that. That was the first breeding we made with her, and she was a puppy then. Her first heat, we bred to that little buck, that Stone City little buck dog. And that's where that Stone City Mail they came from, and she was young then. But everything after that, you know what I'm saying? 90 days later, she was back in heat. She was back in heat. Every 90 days, 120 days, that she was coming in heat. Like clockwork. We got a little female, right? My daughter got a Michael Myers female. A little mate to that Mike's bitch. And she comes in heat like clockwork every 90 days. I mean, they're going to be 2 in August. And I'm telling you, 2 years old in August. And I can tell you, every 90 days from the time that she was 6 months old, she's been coming in heat every 90 days. 90 days ago, she was in heat. Guess what? She's in heat right now. 90 days later, she's back in heat. Bleeding right now. And 90 days ago, I missed breeding her. I wanted to breed her. I told my daughter I wanted to make a breeding with her. You know, and it didn't come through. And then, but look, 90 days later, guess what? she's back in heat again. So she's definitely been doing that consistently, where I would call her a brood bitch. You know, she might not be as crazy as Mike's bitch, but she shows she has definitely that ability to get some dogs out of her if we choose to breed her, because she's definitely a brood bitch, good-looking brood bitch too, because you can breed her. Every 90 days, who wouldn't want to breed a bitch? You keep her healthy and you just keep breeding her. She's bred good. I mean, all you're going to take is in 3 breedings, I'm going to know if she's worth a damn. You know, what good is you coming in here every 90 days if you ain't throwing shit? You know, so you make great breedings with her and we'll definitely find out, because she got good dogs that she can go to. So, you know, I even started no breeding, but I wanted to breed her because, you know, she's built to be bred, she's bred to be bred, and every 90 days, that's a blessing and a treasure that you're supposed to take advantage of. Anything else, money? Not much. Yeah, but back on iterating on your pace thing, guys. I hope y'all picked up on some of the little things. If you could read between the lines, you know, there's a lot of common sense down in there. And, you know, those are just pieces of the puzzle as we go. And if you notice, we still are in the pre-keep prelude. We still down in there. We ain't even started the 8 weeks. We still down there in the prelude of what you're preparing your dog to do when he get to that 8 week. And how much ahead you can be if you do these things prior to those 8 weeks. You know, you all got rewind on this thing to go and go back through there and make sure you caught everything that was being said. Because it's not basically in black and white, but the common sense can fix the rest of those little things if you go back and kind of use that as you're listening. Because if you use the common sense measurement to what's being said, you know, you will understand why it's being done and the purpose is being done. And then when you start seeing it as you put it to work, you'll see it work. Now, you don't have to be on roids to do this. When you're doing it natural, your push won't be as strong as what we expect when we see it in a dog on roids. Okay, recovery is a little different. But that was another thing I was telling you about. The running hot part, and they was asking me, you know, do I think it? You know, a lot of guys that use the roids, they dogs run hot early, and they have a hard time recovering.
Picasso, yeah, we did answer your question, just in case. Picasso was the one who came through with the 20 piece. He said, how many miles per hour on the email as I seek a point of exhaustion? How many miles on the email? You know, you just told me, start off 3 to 5.
Right. You want to start off with what he can handle. You know what I'm saying? You remember, I can't give you an exact number, because if I give you the exact number, you'll start off at a number that you know your dog might not be able to do. You have to know your dog and set the mark. Again, remember what I said. At maximum 8 week level, your dog should be able to run 7 miles for an hour and a half.
7 miles an hour.
I mean, yep, 7 miles in an hour. But he should be able to run 7 miles for an hour and a half to be able to run 10 miles.
What's that?
7 miles at an hour and a half will have your dog running 10 miles.
That's 7 miles per hour on the email, Picasso.
Yeah, that's on the email. That's what your peak is. That's what your goal is, to get up to that. You know, but it's really up. And I've ran them at 9. Okay, I ran mine at 9. You know, if I'm doing a 7, then I'm gonna run a 9 in the first 30. So because I'm doing it every day, if don't nothing's supposed to be down pat, the first 30 is supposed to be mwah. Because that's the part that you've been working the hardest on. You're coming in doing the 30 right off the bat. How fast can your dog run for 30 minutes is what you want to ask yourself. And at what pace? You can start off at 5, you can start off at 6, you can start off at 7, you can start off at 8, you can go as far as 9, you can go as far as 10. How much is he giving you to get to that point of exhaustion, and how long at that pace does it take him to get to that point of exhaustion? That's how you know. You see the point of exhaustion at this pace here. And then how long did it take him to recover? Okay, if you did that at a 9 and you're getting only 10, you're getting 10 minutes running out of 9, then try this. Go down to an 8 and work back up to that 9 and try to get better than, 10 minutes out of that 9 by going back to 8 and building up to that. You want them to be able to run for damn sure for an hour and a half at a pace of 7. And like I said, you get an electric mill and turn it to 7 miles an hour. Watch how fast it's going. It ain't no slow walk. And if you're taking advantage of your runs and you're plotting them right, how do you build up to be able to have your dog run at that type of pace so consistently for an hour and a half? By constantly beating up, breaking up the body, and forcing the body to repair itself and strengthen itself to take on the type of stress that you're putting the body through. That's what you're working for. As long as he's getting the feed, to fix it, and the rest, to rest it, all that shit that you're giving him while he rests is going to come together in the body, and his miracle way of working is going to do just like the human body. It's going to do everything to not only fix itself and repair itself, but to prepare for the stress that it was put through. It will get stronger because it's trying to adjust to the pressure and the stress that you're putting on it. So it's going to be some changes. In roids, it's a little more advanced because you're getting the performance enhancement going on. So, and the performance enhancement drugs, you can run up to a 10 or 11 and get to that kind of shit. With weights. Be maxed out. Come right in, first 30, we running 9s and 10s. Zooming. No foam on the mouth, nothing. They still looking like, they done sniffed some fentanyl or something. That's what the performance drugs do to them. They be so zeroed in that it doesn't even be a fact of the point of exhaustion in that first 30. They beyond that. Their conditioning is beyond that. Now the question again was, why did they run hot in the first 30? Well, I'm only seeing situations where I had that question at one time before, and I always said, if I can't see it in the keep, then that means there's something else wrong. Because you're not going to get that in the keep and not know there's something wrong. So whatever's happening at that time, then it's not happening during your keep, because one thing for sure and definitely for certain, you should see it happening in your keep. If you were bringing your dogs in and they was going 30 minutes in your matches and was getting hot with no recovery, look at the situation and what was the advantage and what was the situation they were under. Because if you didn't see it in the keep, and it's happening, then it's either you're doing something wrong or something's happening to put him in that kind of predicament or situation that will be a cause and effect based on what's going on. Remember, you can get into a match and the first 15 minutes can look real ugly back then, you know? And definitely could look ugly if you're doing more face banging than you are doing body blows. Body blows is not as bad because, see, when you're doing body blows, unless y'all doing a lot of trading off, and you know how most of them, you know, back then, you know, great dogs and all, you know, you got two of them locked in. They're doing a lot of body blows. Then you might have some that know how to peel dogs off. You know what I'm saying? But I think a lot of it happens if you guys pay attention. From guys back in the day, y'all go back and look back. Remember those dogs that fought in the face? If y'all can remember them dogs back then that fought in the face, don't y'all remember it back then, guys? They was usually the ones, whoever was drinking or producing the most blood in the face was the dog that was slowing down. Why is that? That's a question for y'all old school guys. Think about it. The dogs that you did see, wasn't it usually the ones that had the mug that was just chewed up, or they was going in the mouth and then, you know, the bottom jaw grabbers, you know, the ones that like to grab the bottom jaw and hang in there, they drinking all the blood. Because they drinking not only the blood they creating coming out of the dog's mouth and that they got, but they're biting their tongue and producing their own amount of blood during the time that they're grabbing. So who's sucking up the most blood? Who's drinking all the blood from the nose shot, in the gum shots, and the mug shots? If you go back and look, I can guarantee you most of the dogs that ran hot were dogs that was doing a lot of face fighting and was end up drinking a lot of blood early. That would slow a dog down. Body blows, you know, that you know, if you're dealing with a dog that's way stronger than you, and he's got more ability than you can run hot trying to deal with him just by your adrenaline running at such a high level, because you trying your best, but you getting ran through. So your adrenaline level can cause you to run hot. You know, your adrenaline is so high. That's a factor. You know, but when you punching and everybody's punching each other, you know, and it's not, you're not running into those type of situations where, yeah, you might have a fucked up chest or a fucked up leg or a punched up shoulder here or there, but it's a whole lot better than having a punched up face. Because a punched up face gives you breathing problems. A punched up face gives you breathing problems, not from just the drinking of the blood, but just in the nose cavity itself being filled and clogged with blood, restricting the breathing. It can make a dog run hot because of the lack of oxygen. It's taking in too much blood, and he's taking it to his nasal passages, even when he's in his grabs and trying to maintain his position in the match. He's still drinking and sucking up a lot of blood. Which can be, remember, blood does coagulate regardless whether it's in the body or out the body. So you got those kind of situations right there. So I answered my man who had that question for me. You know, if you think back and if you look at your own situation, if you think you were doing something wrong, first answer that question first. Where was it? And you might be like, damn, twin, you know what? You're right. Because most of the time it's a dog that's getting blew through, having a hard time, his adrenaline's going to be high, heart rate going to go up. And if he's doing a whole lot of defensive fighting, trying to hang in there and do what he can with his adrenaline, and he's in a losing battle, he's going to run hot.
Big shout out to my man Ethan Brown coming in with a 4-piece. Appreciate the love, Mr. Brown.
So, anybody got anything to add to that? I mean, even some of you old Backstreet guys, you know, guys, you know, from the past, you know, when y'all see them like that, you know, was it the roids or was it the situation they was in? You know what I mean? I think that's why the Mexicans like using face dogs back then, and I think they still like them face dogs now, because they know that, you know, those dogs can go in there and cause a lot of problems. But at the same time, you know, they fall into that trap they own self. Okay.
This question here was from my man James Jones. He said, "Going hard, Kennels Reloaded. Do you feel even before your?" It says, "Do you feel even before your keep work? Did your line of dogs were genetically blessed with long hair, or was it something you built through your keep?"
Well, I can say this. Mayday dogs were game. Stone City dogs were game. You know, Yellow John was game. So yeah, I think gameness has a certain attribute behind it, and to me, gameness carries air, an attitude. To be game, you gotta have your mind is like focused. Game dogs got focus. Like Brat and those dogs, they were crazy. So, to, you know, you just put the right shit in front of them and let the keep speak for itself, because, you know, they got that crazy in them. So when they go after something, they already be zeroed in. You know, most crazy game dogs is, you know, there's that one little trigger that really makes them game. That mindset, that zeroing in, you know, that's what we build to keep on, using that part right there. You know, so I would have to say the genetics, you know, was it natural wind? You know, some dogs does have that natural ability to have natural wind, but it will get tested, because you want to see what your dog's level of stress is. So regardless whether he's naturally aired up or not, you want to know what level of stress can he take. So at some point to build your keep, you want to be able to see what it looks like at him being stressed out. So you see what it looks like, then you get a chance to see what it looks like when he recovers and how long does it take to recover. And that's what you work on and you build from. And taking advantage of that focus that a dog has, you know, especially those game ones or those fight crazy ones that, you know, they just work because it's right there for them to get. You know, so, you know, those type of dogs have natural wind because they've been trying to get that shit anyway. You know, I mean, I have Brat hanging from trees every damn day or biting on a damn tree every damn day. You know, I mean, for real, y'all. And she stayed cock diesel, because she's always working that chain, trying to find her that spot until she didn't have no gum. She didn't have nothing but gums. Those type of dogs, you can say they got natural hair. But I already think, you know, those type of dogs that I noticed had that certain type of gameness to them. You know, then genetic wise, you know, Brat was a crazy, I don't know, she had natural air to what, to kill one. She had the ability to make a dog tired. Her mother had the ability to have Tommy Boy, a fast-paced bitch, looking, gasping for air and laying on her side out there getting whooped on by Tommy for 15 minutes. Red Ace had her gassed out, laying out, not touching shit. 5 minutes after she took over. Buck Rogers was another one. He could take you out there in the woods, and then he had you going out at such a pace to keep up with him that when you thought he was taking a break, the only reason he was taking a break because he had you in such a fucked up situation that he could take a break. And when you thought that that was oh, we get the chance to come back, he just turned back on to show you that it was futile. You were done, and he would finish you off. But it was that mindset that these dogs had once they got focused in. They'll make a dog run hot by just beating the shit out of them. Again, the pace is working for me. If I'm at doing this activity and I'm forcing you to fight with me at this level, and whether you hanging in there or not, how long can you hang in there? Because I already know my dog's mindset. And remember, I done already seen this in the keep. This is what we worked for. So we want the match to go that way. The only time that I'm telling you that I never had to even worry about that shit. Even with Pretty Mama, she was smart with her shit. That she didn't, waste a lot of energy. Waiting on her victims. Like I said, she had a slick little way of doing her shit. She make you use your energy because she's already strong as shit, and she would make you use her energy to try to get her. She know how to stay out of trouble. She know how to punch you to keep coming at her. Don't lay up, because then she'll try to take you out. And so that kept you kind of forcing if you wanted to stay ahead. But she would lead you down there until about an hour mark where, you didn't did all your pushing. Now she then came on her turn, and now she's looking way stronger than you. Now she's taking over. Now she's starting to smash you. And it ain't going to take her an hour to do what you was trying to do to her. Because now she's got you where she wants you. She didn't figure you out. She didn't let you gas yourself out. Now she didn't turn her power on. And her power is 99% of the time was just way too much. That's why she kept getting best in show. Because she had that overwhelming comeback that you made her look like she was so bad. But all she did was let the dog waste up their energy. She was strong, and she just waited for her strength to come in and her pace to kick on when you slow down. Once she catching you slow down, then she turned on. Now here my turn. When she kick in, she's coming with storm. Full body power, full body press. And that would make a dog run hot. That would make that's what it was. They would, they was already tired, but they ain't getting no recovery now because now she's on. And if you're trying to catch up, she's not gonna let you catch up because she just becomes overwhelming, and they just pucker down and pucker out. Back then they did that. They would. I know there's dogs out there like But Roger and them, they could do it in 30 minutes. They could have a dog fucked up in less than 30. The shit in them, they would have you bit down in that short time, and you'd be wondering, when these dogs are getting hit on like that, they're gonna get, they will run hot because they're adrenaline. A lot of it has to do with the adrenaline rush of a dog in panic. Some of those dogs that look like when they used to quit early back in the day, y'all, even those great ones, and you would think, he got smashed quick, but you didn't see him look far better. It's because the situations that they get put under.
From my man Triple A Mayday Reno Aggie, he said, "Hey twin, what was your percentage of breeding good dogs?"
I don't even think I had a percentage. I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you that. I can tell you this much though. I can tell you like this: 58 dogs got matched. I can give you a rundown. I guess during the book does come out, it'll have all 58 wins, losses, and all. There was 58 dogs that actually got matched under the going, with going hard dogs in them. 58. Now that 58, there was 117 matches amongst them. And out of that 117, 14 of them was losses. So that's like what, 107 wins, 14 losses. Out of 114, take away 14, that's 117. It was 117, yeah. Minus 14. So that's like 113 113 wins and 14 losses, but 7 of those losses was, game losses. Dogs lost games. So yeah, 7 curs out of those 58 dogs that literally quit. So that leaves us 51 of those dogs either a lost game, which would add up to another 7, and all the rest of them were all winners. And then I would say that's not my percentage. That's the going hard line percentage. I mean, right. About 30, 40 of the wins is our dog. It's us, but the numbers come from accumulation of just the going hard dogs, period, and also whose hand they was in. You know what I mean? That was that's the percentage that I'm always speaking on, because that's the one that count. I might have started the run, but the going hard dogs themselves, they were able to carry that on by the people who got them and used them. The going hard percentages, that's the best I can give you on that. 117 matches out of 58 dogs. And like I said, out of those 58, there's only 14 losses in that 117 match run. So I would have to say, what's that, about 85 to 90% for a line? I think that's good in betting percentages. You know what I'm saying? And those were all matches, none off the chain, none of that. But we have like I said, there's a book coming out. I haven't started my chapter writing where, everybody want me to release the pedigree book along with the book itself. That's why y'all haven't seen the pedigree book with all these dogs in them. There is a book out there with all the dogs in them. Mike and them just don't want to release them to the book come with.
You know anything about the Dexter dog?
You talking about the one that Tom Gardner had, Dexter? That Dexter?
My man James Kirk
Talking
said.
about Champion Dexter?
My man James Kirk said, GHK, what do you think about a double-bred Dexter male crossed to a Dexter Tramp Red Boy female?
I think it'll work good. Because which one of them dogs got Dexter in them? I know one of the dogs got Dexter in them. Hold on, I'm trying to remember this. And he's talking about Champion Dexter too. If I'm correct.
Because I think one of the dogs we had got that Tramp.
Right, yeah.
Red Boy Dexter.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find him. Yeah, and I know it's the Dexter dog from Tom Gardner, right?
I think that would be the Tramp Red Boy Dexter. Because he got that. We talked about it.
Yeah, that Dexter is off of El Negro and Zero. I think that's that Tom Gardner's Champion Dexter. I know that dog was Tom Gardner. 44, 23, 30. I think he won his matches in short order. But yeah, he was off El Negro and Missouro. And he was double. Missouro was off of El Negro. I think that's the Dexter he's talking about. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Dexter he's talking about. And he got some fat bill in that shit.
Mm-hmm. He said taking that into a double
yeah, that's
Dexter into that Dexter Tramp Red Boy female. That works.
Yeah, I believe in that too. Yes, sir.
Because the outs are already in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I done seen Dexter in some good lines now. The one I seen him tied up in, I think, is with that Gardner stuff. I mean, yeah, that Bailey's Bingo shit. Give me a chance, y'all. I'm trying to run down through here and see. I ain't got my computer up here. But I know, I mean, there's definitely one I wanted to pull up to show them. I'm trying to remember what dog it was. But I think we had some dogs that had the Dexter in them. Let me go log in. Yeah, that old Dexter. I'm just trying to remember what dog we had with Dexter in there. I'm going to find out in a minute. Hold on, y'all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me grab my computer right quick. What was his name, Mike? Double bred Dexter crossed with a Dexter Tramp Red Boy female. I tell you what,
Man, James Kirk.
James Kirk, you give me the right male or the right female, and I will jump on that bandwagon with you. You know the right dog. That's all I'm saying. Just the right dog to do it with, not just because they double Dexter. You know, we talking about the right dog, because them are some good dogs. You know, the making of it is real nice. Definitely that. Hold on, fella. I'll be right with you, man. Stop moving the board. You might consider I'm gonna kill this shit. Maybe I can get you to plug in without freezing on this. I'm still alive. Okay, hold on, fella. I'll be right with you, man. Okay, here we go.
Big shout out to my man Lil Rock in the house. What up, fam?
What's up, Lil Rob? I just seen it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, what's his name, man?
James Kirk.
Okay, James, check this one out. I got one with Dexter in it with that kind of breeding. Now imagine your double bred Dexter shit. You see, they took Gardner and they bred Dexter. They took Dexter, old Destiny right here, Destiny, to old Tramp Boy, Red Boy right there. But then what they did with that is they added more of that shit. Now you got a double bred Dexter. You better look at something that's working. And how they use the Red Boy stuff to work with it. And by the way, there was 3 litter mates out of that breed. He got 2 other litter mates this is winners. Two-time winner of deal on something. I know that. I know he got litter mates. He got wins under their belt.
You said correct.
You see what I'm saying, my man? So I'm with you on that bandwagon. You know, I'm definitely with you and seeing how it's done. But it's the way it's done, the way you do it. You gotta have the right dogs too, my friend. You really get the real impact out of it, you know?
It works.
It definitely telling you, showing you that it'll work. She like 5 away from 5 away. One day we might see her pop up on the all-rim list someday in the future. But I like that double bred, Dexter. You know, I mean, I like it, but I would also pay attention to what Tom did. If you see something that worked, and you see somebody use it, because remember, he had to go take this bitch. What was his mindset when he took this bitch and breed to him? Remember, here's the bitch here. He took his bitch and said, I got Red Boy in him already. He got that Cunningham all written all over it. So what made him want to go and breed this particular dog? Outside the fact that he was a champion? Or what he also had in him. Kind of lined up with what he was doing, had all the little right stuff. Yeah, it'll. So yeah, it definitely it'll work. It's just the way you take it and breed it. If you can make it happen, Captain. You know, but again, you see a formula here. If you can put your shit together and you can get a formula out of it where it looks good for you to work with, then, you know.
You already know that next generation.
Yeah, you already know what you want to see out of that next generation. You want to see it continue on. You know, it's staying consistent. Somewhere down in there, it's staying consistent. It's definitely keeping this alive. Because she's the one producing it. But it doesn't help to have a good backup plan to make her a better bitch and her puppies.
Dexter said, GSK, I have 2 double-bred Dexter dogs.
2 double, male or female, or male and female? I send that question to you. What's his name?
Dexter. James Kirk.
James Kirk. What is it? Both females or male and female? Cause if you got a female, I'd be looking for me. If you already got double bred Dexter, I'd be looking for me some of that tramp red boy shit that you know there, or trying to find you some of that stuff that works hand in hand. Cause we seen a lot of them Chicago Bulldog shit, and we seen a lot of that A-Rad Boomer stuff out there that's still moving around out there. That Cunningham's Boomer, but I would be looking in the direction of seeing some shit that work. If I was you, I'd be trying to put some more of this on top of it, like here, like this down here. Oh, he really jumped the fence and just jumped on over there. It's cut the chase. He just cut the chase. You find some of this out there moving around. These are the ones that I'll be trying to find, and he got 8 pages of this shit. I'll be trying to find the best thing moving out of this stuff right here and follow it and see how far you can follow it. Maybe it can benefit you. I mean, it got 8 pages of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Here, ROM. So somewhere in these 394, we supposed to see something. If I was gonna go looking for something to bring into that line of dogs. Here's one that worked. We follow this shit. You see where that part is taking us. He beat the great grand champion Iceman, 6-time winner, hour and 5, pushing a pound, just too much bulldog. He's already produced a 3-time winner in his first 2 breedings and many more to come. But you see, oh dude, he was definitely breeding on the yard. Remember, he had to take his shit and come to the conclusion, oh, I'm going to breed my bitch too. I'm trying to go back and see where it's going to take us. That's what I'm doing. Because I know it's going to take me back to some red boy Jeep shit. I just know it is. Because I'm seeing Jeep and I'm seeing the meddling dogs. They go meddling's outlaw. And then now you're seeing a whole bunch of Jeep with the meddling stuff. So that's Jeep red boy right there. James Kirk, you got the email address. Hit us up in the email, fam. With your information. So that's a heavy lot of Jeep red boy right there. Well, I always call it red boy because of the meddling stuff. I always say that's the other part of the red boy line. Go down here to Spook, and you got Rocky. So you see a whole lot of Jeep, and then you back over here to that Red Boy stuff. You got Beetlejuice, got all that Windy City. You see all that Red Boy and yellow stuff in there, almost the same stuff like the Cunningham stuff. So remember, this guy right here, it all started with him taking his bitch, seeing how she's bred, seeing what he working with back there, and go and breed to this dog. So, James Kirk, you see, it's a good idea and a good thing to research into and look into, but you also see a formula. You know, I want you to pay close attention to the formula. There's still a formula of winners. You still staying consistent in his breeding. He took his bitch, bred to him, and got him a killer out the deal. So yeah, I would be trying to find me some of that Garner Trout Red Boy shit. Or something close to it. Something that's gonna give you consistency. Something that's gonna give you consistency. Take your time and breed to the right one. Be very selective. Did he ever tell you it was a male or female, Mike? Yeah, we gonna run down through here and see. I mean, for a dog to been bred as much as he's been bred, you tell you got a stud fee service because they buying them bitches and they definitely breeding them. I mean, I'm going 8 pages, 394. Yeah. He definitely had a puppy mill going. Hilltop's Grand Champion Handsome there. There go Champion Red Alert.
Now Hanson, what was his out? What was he bred to?
He was that dog that just came off of.
He was Grand Champion.
Mm-hmm. There's another one for you, Mr. Kirk. Another one that worked. See? Champion Red Alert. So you can see the pedigree there. There you go. Again, as you see, we're back on that same little trail again. You see what I'm saying? Here you go with this guy right here. Same scent that we saw over there with that other stuff right over there, right? That bottom was almost bred just like this. bred to him. And you see what you got? See, dogs like that, I would be breeding, I'd be trying to breed to breed to your Dexter stuff. I'm trying to get that dog's time. He still ain't showed up. Y'all see the whole thing? The times? That's what I was trying to get the times up there. Let me see if I can get those times up there, y'all, where y'all can see the times. Heck no. Shoot. But that does says 19 minutes, 40 minutes, and 2 hours. Yeah, I think y'all see enough of that. But that's a you see where it works good for them at. Now let's go back and find Dexter and let's see what Dexter can do. Yeah. Let's go see if we can find that work good with Dexter. We've got 2 pages. Here's one to consider. That's more like your double bred Dexter stuff right there. You got some offspring. 3 pages. Maybe we can catch something hanging around. Me, I'm always looking for winners. You know, if I'm gonna breed to something I'm trying to bring into my line, I'm gonna go down there and check and see if he's throwing anything. And if he's throwing anything that's gonna bring me up closer to my time, then I'm gonna investigate. You know, because still we're breeding 123 dogs with this 3-time winner, and you know, maybe everybody ain't on here worthy of looking for. Maybe there are some on here, maybe they're not. But you know, for us, we would like to know. You know, me personally, he wouldn't be on my list. Yeah, I would be trying to go back to that shit that you saw earlier. That we seen 2 different dogs crossing that same old line with that Tramp Red Boy stuff. Even when you double breed it looks good. You know, the outcome ain't showing too much of any type of history. Yeah, on this dog here. So let me get out of here, you know. Let's go see if we can find something else off of Dexter. Anybody recognize anything other than that coming by way? We might have missed. We got one right here. We got a champion right here. That's female. Again, see how they double breed that? They double breed old Ram. They double breed Tramp Red and got some good ones. And then look at this one here. Again, another dog bred like Dexter. See how they crossed the bottom of both the champions that we saw off of Dexter was bred back into his line. So, you know, your double bred shit could be, you could be sitting on something. Just making the right out, I would make sure it's double bred. So you can have either a straight 50-50 or a little 3 in, 1 out up in there somewhere when you put it all together. Ain't got a lot on the ground, but we can go and check. Okay, which one? I seen Bushwick right here. And that's 2023 right there. Let's see, Beat the Road got a lot of them dogs, but we got Rondo. We got a prospect out of there. Yeah, it's still too early to tell, but you know, if I was looking, I'd be looking this way.
Catch your wise early.
Yeah. Instead, nothing steady. Oh, Rondo. I had me some triple bred Dexter with some nice looking shit sitting on top of it. Me, I would be trying to add me some more garner shit to that. You know, even looking at the Bushwick Bill, something that worked. You know what I mean? And wouldn't be afraid to go and add some of that Trent Red Boy, that Gardner's Trent Red Boy shit to that. You know what I mean? On top of all that. Because you would have a formula. Yeah, that's definitely working. At least worth taking a shot at. You know what I'm saying? Not taking nothing, you know, again, I don't know whether you have a male, 2 males, or a male and a female. If I had a female, I'd be definitely looking at some of them males. and studying the way you see it work. Don't you know what I mean? You can almost see the writing on the wall that the Cunningham stuff works with it. You see almost the writing on the wall that Gardner stuff is working with it. You know what I mean? You can go in there and start tearing up them other pedigrees, and maybe you might run across something that might have clicked. But you know, me, I look for those winners because I like to have them winners up there, up close where, you know, the genetics and what is the purpose of, you know, the line itself. I would be taking those kind of shots to make sure that the dogs that I'm breeding is definitely giving me a better percentage of a chance.
Now he says the brother of the male that he got is a champion. So it's got to be one of the males we looked at.
Then he would have to be, if he ain't the brother, if you got the bitch, I would be trying to breed if you got a bitch, and if the bitch is bred like the one you got, then I would be trying to breed to the brother, not taking nothing away from the male that you got. But if I got a brother on the yard, but he got a brother that's a champion, I'm going to go breed to the brother that's a champion. I might take my little bitch off of the brother and breed back to his brother, but I'm going to breed to the brother that's a champion, even if I had other brother on the yard. That's just me. I'm going to breed to the winner always. Even if I got the little-made brother, I'm going to breed to that champion first. Then take me something off of that and cross back into him. And maybe he got some juice in him, but I'm going after the brother first.
My man Fresh said, I noticed when Gardner breeds winners to winners, he come up with better working dogs.
It's the truth.
Appreciate that, Fresh.
Fresh, you seeing the formula. That's what you're doing. You're starting to see there is a formula, and it seems to work hand in hand, like I be telling y'all. Don't waste your breedings, make your breedings.
My man James Kirk said he got the male and the female.
But guess what? You're a lucky man. I'll be taking that female over to that brother. I'll be taking that female over to the brother, not taking nothing away from the boy you got. But I would have to go to the brother that's a winner, because them puppies gonna look like these puppies. You know what I'm saying? Then I would take my chances on taking the best out of that, and or a good female out of that, and crossing the other brother to him. But it better be a damn near good one coming off his brother for me to be able to do that. As long as that champion male around, I'm trying to build the yard off that champion. Especially if I got it on my yard.
Big shout out to my man Burnstar. He says TG is a master of his game. The old guys in Mexico back in the day weren't as crazy about the Frisco stuff as some believe. LOL. Now Zebo with that T-Bud blood was a beast back in the day. Still is to this day, Bernie.
Man, you better watch that T-Bud Zebo shit. It's still sneaking around here, bro. It sure is. It's sneaking around.
Got a little bit of that T-Bud over here, boy.
Yeah, it's still out there. That T-Bud was a good, that was a hell of a cross though, because it created battle warriors, rough warriors. Dogs was built, they wasn't them long dogs, they was them short, stocky, Zebo looking dogs. You know, real nice black dogs too. T-Bud was a good producer.
Salute to my brother out there, Manham Kennels. Take it easy, fam.
Big shout out to man. What's up, baby? But then we still talking about Tom Gardner, the puppy pellet. You always remember that. You go back and buy them after they done. You go get them after they done. He's a breeder. Pay attention to what he's doing.
You got that money to make you change your mind.
You see how he playing with it. You see how he playing with it. Get your ideals. Just saying. Oh yeah, you gonna see Fat Bill right there in his stuff. You know, he Carolina Virginia boy. You want no dummy? Give me your ideals. Always follow the pattern, fellas. I'm always telling y'all that. It's not like you copying. It's what you feeding. It's what ain't what you copying, it's what you feeding. So let me see. Bushwood Bill. And this dog. 2 champions. That's what we see on that page on him. You probably got other pages. Yeah, we started with dipping into Dexter. So we're going to let Dexter stay up there for a minute. We're going to make Dexter our dog of the night. Okay, Mike. You ready? Any more questions, guys?
All right, fellas. You know we done came to that part. Time in the show that I need y'all to help me out here right quick with that 46. We got enough in the house. I don't need but 20 of y'all to give me some damn thumbs up, thumbs up.
Thumbs up, man. Come on, y'all. Give them some thumbs up, y'all.
Muscles. Muscles.
Muscles.
Muscles. Now give us some damn roses. Roses.
We need them damn roses. Y'all feel the show tonight? Y'all like what was jumping off, man? Throw them rolls, just throw them thumbs up, throw some muscles and shit to let us know that we doing the right thing and we on the right track and that you guys are pleased with what's going on up in here tonight. Need to know that. Give me motivation. You don't want to hear me? Tell me what you want to hear me say. Tell me what you want to see me do. Anything to do to make you happy.
That's what I'm talking about, fellas. It ain't about 46. It don't take a whole damn crew. It just take the right damn crew. Yeah. Show your love.
Show your love, fellas. Show your love.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Follow your pattern, guy, with that double bread Dexter stuff. You might be on something good. You got a male and female. Me personally, I'll take that female breed over to that champion. I wouldn't care if I had the brother. I'm breeding to that champion. I ain't trying to be naive. I ain't trying to be like his brother ain't the same. No, I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying, if he was on my yard, I'd be taking that bitch, that Dexter bitch, taking it to the winner. And it's only for instructional purposes because you got the genetics that's already improved itself over there. You can't do nothing but make your situation and percentages even better. One damn thing for sure, it's going to look a whole lot better on paperwork compared to you got that champion, even though you got the legitimate brother on your yard still. You know what I'm saying? He'll come up later on when you take that litter mate or that female puppy off of his brother, the champion, and go crossing back into him. Then you'll find out what was he worth. Especially if you get a good bitch to take back to him. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you build your yard, especially if you're trying to build on something. And you see time is definitely giving you a playbook to play from.
I tell y'all, ain't nothing wrong with copycatting off what another man do.
No, it sure ain't, especially when you're trying to be at a certain level in this. You know, I don't care if I copy off a good dog man yard. At least I'm feeding the kind of dogs he feeding shit. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm feeding good dog like he feeding good dogs. I'm raking up good dog shit like he raking up good dog shit. You know, I'm taking care of a good yard, then I'm feeling pretty good. You know, let's keep it real. Mm-hmm. But as always, fellas, you know I appreciate, y'all coming out. Don't forget, you got the email address for those that got questions. You got for those who put in the super chat. Really appreciate that support, fellas. Continue it on. One day I'm gonna bring all my stuff in here, man. I'm gonna pile it on the desk. All the stuff that I'm still waiting to get done up. And I got so much gear over here that I'm waiting to get done up. You know what I'm saying? I just can't wait to finally get a chance to get it done. Like you trying to tell Mike, man, I need to get me a designer. Maybe we need to just get us a designer, man. Let him go ahead and just take care of our shit, man. You was doing good in the beginning. Slow down.
All these got now hospitals and running.
Yeah, hospitals and all these doctors and shit. I understand.
Yeah, my mind don't be in this. When I sit in this, get in this office, man, I'm stuck in here. I thought I could come up with the shit. Just come up in here and just put the shit together. It's hard to do that when you got all this other shit going on. I try not to be looking like I'm stressed out or anything. But let me get in there, man. You got to be in a creative mind frame to do this certain things. I guess this when you done got old. You know what I mean? Because generally, I don't even walk in my office until Tuesday and Friday. Look around here, man. When you leave out of here tonight, I guarantee you when you come back here Friday, everything gonna be sitting right where you left it at. You know what I mean? Generally, this is my studio. You know, man, I used to come in here, get caught up in here and get wrapped up in here, man, and spend damn nights up in here. Got my music shit over there, got my creative shit over here. But, you know, got to be in that mind frame to do that type of shit. But everything else is going on. It's just kind of like hard to do. But we're getting better at it. Because like you did say, we do have all this gear over there, but you don't want to do the same thing we done did already. So that's coming around to our summer months, you know. My wife go get her follow up here, I think, next week. What you got going on? You ain't got you scheduled for shit else coming up.
Yeah, I got a couple things this month, but nothing where we can't get, you know.
All we got to do is just spend a little bit more time.
Yeah, just get the things off there where they can print them up and sell them up. And
yeah,
got the idea.
Got all the ideas, just getting out here. Well, we're going to put a stamp on it in the next maybe week. I give us 2 weeks. Because I still got shit just sitting over there, and it's almost like I'm tired of seeing it sit there. So we're going to get the new shit together. Brother, we're going to get this new shit together. Again, bro gave y'all a lot of insights on a lot of things when it came down to that pace shit. Now, sometimes it takes you to go back and re-listen. Because what he's saying, it might sound crazy until you actually start doing it and seeing exactly what he's saying. You know, it's kind of hard to explain to somebody. You know, when somebody say you'll keep, you spend money on a keep, you try to go by what it's telling you on the paper, and it ain't telling you nothing. You just reading it, so you don't know what to expect when things go wrong. You know, but what we try to fill in is the things that you can't write down on a piece of paper, the things that we're telling you about, and he keeps stressing the common sense part. Don't be dependent on your memory. Write the shit down. You hear us say that plenty of times. You heard schoolboys say it. You hear a lot of different people who's actually telling you things that they don't actually have in their books, or when they sell you something. But when it's easier to tell you and for you to just take everything that's being said to you and apply common sense to it. You know, like you didn't hear him say nothing about what to feed the dog. Okay? And I ain't never told you. He ain't gonna tell you everything, but he's giving you this thing about common sense, something that all of us have different. When you're working out and you're doing something, what's the best thing to do when you're trying to be the best conditioned person? You want to make sure you're eating right. As a human being, what you gonna be feeding yourself? Because you got to be able to feed yourself all the things that's going to help you recover, all the things that's going to help you be able, your blood count, all the things that's going to give you the right protein. Remember, all the little things that you put in and all the supplements that everybody have out there, you have to figure that out. Because one thing we all know, the minute you change a dog's dog food, his feeding habits, shit's going to change. So you prepare all that. That's why we tell you about the pre-keep. He's telling you the pre-keep in the beginning. Common sense is, you know, you change a dog's feed, shit's gonna change. So you don't have a shit changing in the middle of the keep. You have a shit changing prior to all that. So you got to read into everything that's being said. And that's it. You don't know, then you ask questions and you get the answers.
I mean, we'll touch bases on these things down the line.
Yeah.
I'm just taking each episode piece at a piece, where you see I'm staying in. We haven't even got to the 8 weeks yet, but you see how important those first 4 weeks or 8 weeks prior to actually going into a keep is. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to wait so many weeks in your keep. Because you lose weeks doing things you could have done before the keep. You're taking away from your dog in your time, trying to do things that you should have done before the keep.
Hope y'all catching on. Again, y'all have the email address. have any questions, you have the comments, you have ways of just reaching out, because again, he help you out. But it's all about this conditioning program works for whatever you want to do, whether it's running up a wall or doing weight pulls. Your dog has to be in a certain type of condition to give maximum performance. And that's what it's all about, maximum performance of your animal. And the only way that works is you have to be in top-notch shape to be able to perform at a top-notch, performance ability. So, yeah, we true believers in you put in the work, you're going to get the results. You put in the right work, you're guaranteed the results. Give a damn what people think. No, we be guaranteeing our shit. We don't walk in nothing thinking or hoping, or we go in knowing.
A good thing to observe for guys that like to float their dogs on those spring poles and stuff. You ever notice when your dog be chewing on them and they bust their mouth up and when they be bleeding? Watch your dogs. I know you guys have seen it before. I know you've seen it before. Ask yourself, pay real close attention though next time you do it and you see them, just getting a little blood, from biting on their hide or working, or then bit their tongue or then bit part of their gum, and watch how they intake on the blood. Watch their performance. Pay attention to their performance. That'll be a good lesson for a lot of you guys. Okay, because the more intake of blood that your dog swallows while he's working, you keep his grip, you keep lapping up, watch his performance. Tell me what you see. I guarantee you're going to see him running hot. You're going to see him heating up a lot quicker. The more blood he takes in, the slower he's going to start becoming. The hotter he's going to start acting. That's a lesson for guys who had this theory. Is it the roids or is it the style? Why do some great dogs go in and get stopped quick and look like they didn't belong in the box with the same dog that they went into? And why did they look like they was in such a terrible condition when they lost? There's other factors to that. Doesn't mean the dog was not in good condition. There's always factors to certain things. Everybody's so quick to say he wasn't in good condition. Well, some dogs you just know weren't in good condition, and then there's some dogs just gets beat to the punch when there's just too much dog on them. Like I said, adrenaline, and it can take a lot out of a dog, especially if he's fighting very hard to stay in there. It's just a matter of time, he's gonna get broken down. He gets broken down by just for trying.
When you see it enough back in the day, you seen it enough. It was a learning experience then. But after a while, it stopped being a learning experience to where it becomes a fact.
Put it like this. Remember the 3-hour match we told you about? That match was a close match until we got on his nose. We busted his nose, that dog's nose so bad that he was drinking a lot of blood for about at least 20 minutes. All right?
Yep. We start going downhill after that.
We were going downhill after that. And he never did come off the nose. So he was leaking. And now we got both of them resting. But guess what? We ain't the one bleeding like a sip. And he's down there on the floor. He tired and steady lapping up the damage that our boy has got on his nose, and it's leaking. So for the next 15 minutes, he was leaking on the floor. Everybody's still in hope. But the real hope was us had him. And that's what took the fight out of him. It wasn't just the nose hole, it was the intake of how much blood he was losing. He was already tired, but that blood that he was taking and digesting and getting into his system just made him even weaker and weaker and weaker until, you know, it wasn't, he was going backwards instead of forwards.
He took the count.
Yeah, he took the count.
He didn't budge. When he got to that line, he stood there. So, you wouldn't have never expected that, then he was still a good dog to me. This channel in no way, shape, or form condones, support, nor participates in any illegal state, local, or federal law that violates the Animal Welfare Act of 1979. This channel is strictly for the historical, fictional, and educational entertainment purposes only. Gentlemen, live by the disclaimer. You know, you live by the disclaimer, you don't have to worry about looking over your shoulders. But just in case, turn your cameras on. Protect your yard. Protect yourself. Best way to stay out of trouble. As we end the show tonight, you know, I remember my conversation earlier about the way we take care of our business. That's the most important thing. Conditioning is just another part of your business. It's how much work are you going to put into your business. The dogs are still part of your family, but they still your business. So all the way around the table, it's just something that you got to put the work in, and you got to be dedicated to it. And just understand, this game ain't meant for everybody, ain't built to be for everybody. But as long as you have the dogs, always make sure you know, the dogs come first. You know what I'm saying? You take care of the dogs will guaranteedly take care of you. Believe that. That's just how business works. Take care of your product gonna take care of you. Believe that. So as we get up out of here, until Friday, I need everybody to remember that we always, and you need to always scratch to the wind. We see y'all Friday, man. Y'all take care of yourself. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. And this is going to be the dog of the night right here. We're going to roll out with Champion Dexter in the house. Appreciate that, you guys. Don't forget to hit that damn like button.